Good morning, everybody. All right. do. SPX 4737. All right, looking here. Concentration of calls at the money. 30-35. Some middling interest towards 50. Put interest picks up at 25 and then more further down. All right. Baba is love. Baba is life. What the fuck did Baba do this morning? Ah, it bounced a little. Nice. We're so bullish. I know, there's nothing more bullish than a bunch of bears. Love waking up to the pickle jar after a green candle, and all the bears are more bullish than the bulls. Bulls are like struggling to buy 47.50s. Bears are like, we're going to 48.50. Let's go. The puts were up 200% yesterday at close. You're not down. Why didn't you fucking sell them? Are you keeping them for you collecting puts? You a put collector? Options trader does not have any sort of beanie baby type of connotation to it. You can't sell them on eBay later for more. It's like this put survived through the great drop of December 2023. Craigslist is a different story. That's selling hope. You know, don't. Bulls are writing an Oscar Wilde novel while bears are dressed up as General Patton marching to 4,800. 20% IV on at the money puts. I know when I'm not welcome. It'll probably decay over the course of the day. BYND moistening? I don't know. It's a pretty dry product. Are we supposed to collect puts? Then why did I buy Lily all that time ago? I think you're missing the. I know it's early in the morning, Thunder, but I think you might be missing the point here. Remember that day your Lily puts were up and you didn't sell them? That was probably the day that you should have sold them. He's gonna DRS them and give them to his grandchildren. Nice. I saw a lot of hope behind the Wendy's dumpster. Yeah, okay. Did you see a large put position purchase early in the morning yesterday? I feel like I remember you saying something about it. Yeah, we did. Although the purchase of that large put position had an inverse effect on the market where at the prices we were trading at yesterday. Good morning. It's 6% on my straddle, lurking all day, every day, paying off. Thanks. Nice, dude. Yeah, I'm still in both sides of the straddle right now. I'll probably cut the call side once we've established whether we're gonna reject here or not. There's not a lot of call interest above 47.35. So we're fairly close to the top of this until some positioning changes. Good for December 29. I thought more downs today. Whoops. Still not in territory. Until we get below gamma neutral, don't presume that any drop is going to continue. Yesterday was nice, but it's not. We're still very far from where we need to be for this to be bearish. Did you hear about Germany deploying its military to Lithuania due to fears of a Russian invasion? No, I did hear about Russia planning a ground offensive in one of the regions of Ukraine because the ground's starting to freeze up and they can bring in like more tanks and artillery. No, I only ever hit break even. The wound is still fresh. It's not that fresh. It's like 5 months old. Apparently 2 days ago, there was a large position into SPXU. There's been a lot of large positions. Ultimately, what broke down our price action yesterday was as we moved to test 47.80, someone sold about 1.3 million delta in puts, and that was the final straw for the MM. So the MM sold a bunch of their hedge. You don't want the MM to become the bear. That's really not ideal. Anything new on the memes beyond Baba, Upstart, Neo, etc.? I don't think so. Beyond should have some force covering today. I think it's like 1.5 or 1.6 million shares. Russell's not having a great morning. It did have a good it did have a very good overnight, but the morning's kind of choppy here. Let's see, Beyond's just below 950, so some pretty heavy shorting there. Let me check something out. Yep, big shorts on Beyond. So volume's still only at 2.82. We'll see which way indexes move. If indexes continue to fall, I would expect they'll net the necessary FTDs to the downside, or as much of them as they can. Remember, FTDs are not a guarantee of price improvement, but only a guarantee of volume. PD2 restrictions caused me to hold overnight. They took a lot of my gains, Gherk. Well, I hope you get them back. Frank's Day was 2 years ago, and that's still too soon. I don't know. That's so far gone at this point. With the MM being Vega positive, would bears need to use back spreads to not have an inverse effect of buying puts and the price going up? Well, we don't have to worry about that anymore because the MM is no longer Vega positive at these levels. But they don't need to use back spreads. They just need to buy out of the money puts. I mean, the zero DTs had a pretty big effect once we broke below like 47.40 and people actually started buying them. Bears didn't really need to do much at all, honestly. Probably would have been better off buying in the money puts. But like if you're getting a back spread, like you're basically you're net zero the spread and then you're positive Vega the put, right? So you'd still be buying the Vega off the MM and reducing their total Vega exposure. So like for the MM, it's really no different than you just going long a put. I don't care how FTDs can make volume, but not price improvement. Can you go a little further as to why? Might save me from over leveraging. Yeah, because most FTDs are going to be netted off. And that's going to be net against whatever price action is coming in. And remember, theoretically, the majority of FTDs, although this probably isn't true on Beyond, given how short it is, but generally the majority of FTDs are long, not short. So you simply need a sale, right? So if you have, say you have, 500,000 long FTDs, you have 300,000 short FTDs. So you need someone to come in and buy 3,000 shares that day, and someone to short 500,000 shares that day, right? And if you get those, you can net these off. These will satisfy the opposite side of those orders. CNS works wonders. Now, if you don't get sufficient volume to cover all of the FTDs, then your FTDs will carry over. And you'll have more FTDs the next day. And on every day that you don't get sufficient volume, the amount of FTDs that you're carrying can increase. Yeah, kind of like matter antimatter. That's an easy way of thinking of it. No problem. From stocks you're talking about semi-regularly on the stream, is BTU the best sub $30 wheel target? Is there something else better? I'm thinking of throw some profit on the wheel. I mean, I wouldn't say BTU is a great wheel stock. It's just extremely stable, right? Like it's a very stable stock. Um, there's probably a lot better targets for wheeling with higher IV. You just increase your chance of assignment. Ones I talk about, I don't really talk about a lot of $30 stocks. Yeah, BTU is stable till it's not. But for now, it's pretty stable, right? Um, I mean, I hate to say it, but still GME. GME is still a decent wheel target. It's going to have higher implied volatility than a lot of other stuff. Or at least a lot of other stuff with as predictable of price action. There's like the 10 to $20 meme stocks. Those all tend to have pretty high implied volatility. Although you generally don't want to sell CSPs on them until their put skew shifts and puts start to become outpriced, which we're not really in that part of the like meme cycle right now. Right now we're in the part of the meme cycle where like selling credit spreads is advantageous. So things like Carvana, AI, Palantir, all of those are attractive vol short targets, but not really wheel targets yet. They kind of fluctuate from going from like good vol short targets to good wheel targets as the price drops and put interest compounds. The market maker starts to overprice puts, then you move to CSPs, right? Or you can move to put spreads. But I do use spreads on GME all the time. Happy birthday, Carl's wife. Holy shit. Another year. Tell her we all said happy birthday. She's a hell of a woman. I'll be in touch with you. We'll plan something out later. Okay, Carl? All 10 of us, because that's how many liked the stream. There's no way that's possible. There's 139 likes. Is there any value in buying puts or in something like Beyond to hedge the downside? Or just sell credit spreads to offset theta loss on long-term positions? You could do that. I mean, there's some resistance at $9. So yeah, you could sell shorter dated credit spreads to offset decay, or you could synth long so you don't have to deal with the decay at all. For shorter dated options positions, you could just use debit spreads. So if you're like under 30 days on your positioning, you can use debit spreads so you don't eat so much theta loss right off the bat. Although options that far out of the money may not be worth it. But that way you can still maintain some upside exposure, and then if it starts to run, you can add shorter dated calls to it as it moves up. Just balls deep in toast, but she says thank you. My JS is broken. It's okay, man. Thanks, Proven Crown Builders. What's up, Dead Rabbit? You think today could be flat? There's a chance. Yeah. We could get stuck between like 47 47.20, 47.40. Actually, it doesn't seem that unreasonable. I'm sure positioning will shift one way or another before the end of the day, but right now, sure. Yeah. I mean, we're kind of sitting on the back of a big pile of calls, but there's, if any of those start taking profit, there's a pretty decent put ramp down to 4,700. So, and there's a huge put wall at 47.55. I think some things we want to keep an eye on is that 30-day VIX. which is at about 15.5 right now. Spot VIX is actually up a little bit on the day. Dixie's come down quite a lot. Dixie's at 101.8. And well, it seems like mostly that's coming down against the euro. NQ's up about 100 BPS almost. Dow's up about 68 and Russell's up 132. Take a look at IWM here. Just closed excessively low. That average on the day is still pretty flat though. Yeah, we still look kind of range bound here. I think those 47.55p are all sold, or at least 8K of the 11K contracts. Ambitious. They're going to need to buy a lot more calls to get them in the money, or out of the money. So now all these cool puts they sold are working against them. Yeah, kind of. Is this consolidation move or just smashing into the upside resistance wall that won't break? I mean, it's a little bit of consolidation. I would say that most of our pre-market action was like a consolidation move, right? Until we broke down from the wedge into the GDP data and stuff. And then we got one kind of strong upside move, which was on the back of these calls that we're kind of sitting on now. And then they've just been trying to hold that ever since. I would say on the longer dated chain, we're more likely to pull back into like the 47.25 range on SPX. Because that's where the highest concentration of interest is right now. But someone's got to figure out what they're going to do here. Either someone needs to come in and buy more puts, or someone needs to come in and buy more calls. But right now, neither of those things seem to be happening. I would say they definitely don't want this to fall below. Well, they probably really don't want it to fall below 30 on the daily, but definitely not 25. And then bears really don't want to see it move above 50. So someone needs to unlock my liquidity, if you know what I mean. I think you're more than capable of doing that yourself, Grim, too. I was greedy and I cut my call side of the straddle. Now to hope for downs. Okay. You guys are very flighty with your straddles. Not that that's always a bad thing, but yeah. I guess the call side's out. Mine will get stopped out here in a minute, so I guess I can't argue it that much, but AJ fighting the trend again. Who likes to do that? What's up with the fixie today? I'm wondering if this is a good place to exit March calls with profits. Re-enter with more theta when things look better. Um, here's my deal with yen. Like I'm gonna keep all my yen future positions. Um, largely because well they're up. Um, Fixie's based off the exchange rate, I think. Well, it's based off a specific like Bloomberg exchange rate. I'm not entirely sure that banks aren't going to try to leverage the carry trade back up again. Um, I think if JPOW indicates that there aren't going to be any rate cuts in the first half of the year, and Ueda doesn't do anything, banks are going to lean back into the carry trade because they need to. Um, they need to lend money, and they need to lend it against that spread for it to be profitable. So, you know, the carry trade started to get risky, and they started to pull back from it. We see markets rocket because they're going to start pumping all their money into equities in order to balance their books. But if they don't need to pump their money into equities, they're going to start pumping their money back into the carry trade and lending as much as they can. And I think that'll, if they do that, that's going to tighten credit conditions again, push vol up, raise dollar value, right? Oil's down a bunch today. Gold up. They are scared of tightening. That's what I'm saying. If no one's going to tighten, they're going to lean back into that trade. How much theta do you typically have in your straddles? It honestly varies depending on what I think is going to happen, but generally between 3 and 5 days. There are some instances where I'll buy like one DTE straddles, or one side of the straddle will be one DTE. There's a lot of things you can do with straddles once you start messing with them. You can fuck with the ratios, you can fuck with the expirations. You can mess with the entries, where you can try to get the entries more in the money, so you're less vol exposed, or out of the money, so you're more vol exposed. If they re-leverage the carry trade, does TLT take another hit? Yeah, it would. Yeah, financial conditions would tighten back up again. They're scared of Fed. I think I get what you mean, Sisyphus. They're scared of Fed tightening, not financial condition tightening. Walls and resistances are these found by looking at OI on options to see where the majority are positioned. I'm trying to visualize how the market works. Partially, yeah. I mean, we're not really interested in like where the options are positioned so much as we are how the market makers are exposed to those options. But my boom report is pleased with AMKBY. Yeah, that's really been running. It's getting near a price where I'm gonna probably start to have a hard time justifying continuing owning it. It's up almost 30% from its low, where I just doubled down. So yeah, it's gonna be tough. I doubled down at 716. There's part of me that wants to maybe get rid of a chunk of it. Although the Suez Canal situation could get worse and it could keep going up. Stupid idiot buttheads need to get out of my swamp. So essentially double down on their risky position. Bullish. You mentioned having dead straddle legs in the days past going in the money. Did you cover the cost on the call side already? Yeah, that's why they're still hanging around. So when we're in like a bull, when we're in like a bull run, we have a very steady like bullish trend, I generally will get more theta on the put side. So I was buying a lot of puts for like 12.29. Whereas on the call side where we have the momentum, I was buying much shorter dated ones like 2 to 4 DTE on the call side. And so like last week when we got that big move up from 4,700, that left a bunch of puts. Like I think it left a 47.25 and 47.50 puts kind of just hanging, but they were for 12.29, so I didn't really need to close them yet. And they were already paid for by the call side. But then on the drop yesterday, I was able to close off a bunch of those. You just said when to average a losing leg down. So I don't really average them too often. But it depends on you know when I will average them, when we have like smaller opening or overnight moves. You know, like say like there's a lot of call interest like today, right? And we open above the call interest, then I'll like close the call side because I expect it to move back down, and then I'll average down the put side, so that way, if it doesn't move down if it doesn't move down further than the call wall and it bounces, I can cut here closer to break even because I average down. Right. So when I expect less movement, that's when I'm more likely to average down than when I expect more. Straddles are cool. They're a very dynamic position. You can do a lot. You can do a lot with them. Why Upstart run? Upstart is arguably one of the most illiquid stocks that has any volume in all of the Russell 2K. It just does crazy shit. None of it needs to make sense. I've seen 300,000 in Delta fall off of Upstart, and then it jumps like $7 the next morning. I've seen people buy shitloads of calls on it, and it drops $15. It's just a very, very volatile stock. It's extremely illiquid. It's very sensitive to interest in both directions. It's still at or slightly above gamma max. Don't fuck with it. Why has everyone got to fuck with it? Leave it alone. It's just a money trap. If you get in and get out with a profit, you got lucky. That's bullshit. Well, maybe it's not, but it sounds like bullshit. I've netted profit on Upstart, but I also don't play it when it's like this, when it's like pinned at gamma max and jumping all over the place. Yeah, we're getting more bearish. But positioning hasn't really moved around a lot. There's a few more puts at 47.10. Ooh, okay. Well, I like that. Hmm. Hmm. 47.75 test on futures. A little bit of volume on that too. Hmm. Small breakdown in the 35.30 calls on the drop. Okay, there's some more call selling and a little bit of put buying. Yeah, so let's see if how this chops in this range, I think. Um, oops. 47.10. See if this can bounce a little bit more. Maybe this is too early to take up a position. Oh. All right. Yeah, I don't think that's all that bullish. Maybe retest 36. Before coming down more. Oh. Close. Yeah, 25 is big important. I'm trying to get better at managing. I need to adjust my risk profile straddling. I was using similar risk as directional positioning, 5-7% cut, 20% take profit. Yeah, they tend to need a little bit more flexibility. Also, you want, frequently on a straddle, you want 100% profit on one side of the trade, right? Hmm. How much money for you to wear a Santa hat with VWAP stitched in it for the stream tomorrow? Where the fuck am I gonna find one of those? If you had to choose between investing 50% of your port in AMC for a year or gifting Pontiff to walk in, which would it be? Neither. I just wouldn't do either one. It's a stupid question. Jeff Bezos has one for you. Okay. What does the 2100 number mean? Is that the name of the options contract for POL? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Hmm. I don't know what the hell that is. What stock is that? Was there like, is that something that had like a reverse split on it or something? Normally I'd agree about the view up Santa hat, but you live in New York City, so if it could be done, it could be done there. It's true, but I wouldn't know where to go. If it's gonna be a tourist Santa hat embroidery, tourist trap Santa hat embroidery store in New York, probably. Yeah, it sounds like a non-standard option. If it had to be overnight shipped, Merry Christmas, man. Thanks, adopted by Dan's. So you think today is all chop, or do we have a good chance that another bull sells puts and makes the MM kick SPX in the nuts? Maybe already be too late for that. I don't know. The bullish side of the position is kind of breaking down a little bit here. Like if the 35 starts to sell off more, this is gonna get pretty bearish, right? There's definitely a lot of call selling here. Interesting. Call selling here is kind of bullish though. Hmm. Gherkin outplaying, but still here. I'm betting the airplane mode doesn't matter a whole lot. Yeah, it's not gonna like blow up your plane or anything. There's at least 5 guys selling them on Canal Street. Custom embroidered Santa hats. Mm. I suppose it could be the latter, but the fact that we're moving up makes me think it's the former dork. It's a little higher than I wanted this to move. Mm. So back at the top of the range. Gross gamma. Yeah, 40 is still resistance though. Hmm. That is a dodo. Welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Oh, hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude. So we fill that gap. Wix moves up. MQ. Still looks like most of the upside here is being driven by NASDAQ. Yeah, which is failing. NASDAQ could pull back to like 16,861 or support at 16,880. Some ES sell volume on the back of this downside here, so we'll see how that shakes out, I guess. Calls are continuing to sell off. Put buying still kind of in between. Breaking 30 is a good step in the right direction. I don't think there's any puts, not a significant number of puts moving in the money here to take profit, so capitulation shouldn't be a big worry yet. Not until we get down to like 25 or 20. Hmm. There's some more call capitulation. They're trying to stabilize vol as much as they can. They don't want to lose 25 because vol will spike, right? That's the big risk at losing 25. Did you already go over Sava? Sava issued warrants. No, I mean I don't pay attention to Sava at all. Well, options chain disappeared. Oh, okay. It's amazing that $8 breakdown would have taken 3 hours on Monday. Well, if they keep trying to sell puts, they're gonna keep fucking themselves over. Bulls are bulls are in a weird position right now. They kind of need to accept that they can't have a lot of upside really fast. And if they don't, if they keep trying to force the upside and create breakouts, they're going to get blown up every time. Do you think we break through 25? We definitely could. They don't want to do that. Like, they want to try to keep vol pinned, but that's not something they're going to be able to do very well if we break down through 25. Vol's going to ramp up a lot. They could sell calls or buy in the money calls. I think very few people probably understand the mechanics behind this. Definitely not most of the like CTAs and individual traders and stuff that are responsible for big chunks of the 0DTE SPX flow, right? They're just like, oh, big systematic breakout. I'm gonna go fucking synth long, and then they blow themselves up. So you're saying there isn't enough liquidity and they need to stop trying to just jam it in? Yes. Yes. But the bulls we've had this year are very averse to buying delta, right? They've been rewarded so much for buying gamma that they keep trying to pile into that same trade. They've been doing it for weeks now. They keep trying to pile into the same trade, and otherwise it would have been much higher by now. Serious question, actually. What does the market maker want? They want to make money. Right now, the market maker makes the most money if prices drop. If we break through 47.25, possible repeat of tomorrow. If we break through 4,700, possibly, but not. I mean, 25 wouldn't. 25 is kind of like that's good for the Bears, but it's not. It's not like everything's gonna fall apart at the seams. 4,700 is another story. If we were to break down through 4,700, that gets a lot nastier. Why you charge $20 and not 20% instead is a question I'll never believe the answer to. I don't know. I don't have to manage people's shit. If they blow up their ports, it's not my problem, right? Market mechanics better understood. Most people in finance are focused on the thing that they do, right? And their knowledge base is just that. It's and you end up with a lot of division and like secularism, where like fixed income guys really understand fixed income and their desk and like how to run it and how to achieve the alpha that they need to achieve, and that's all they need to know, right? They don't need to know anything beyond that. They don't need to have a greater understanding. And you see that everywhere, right? You'll see that at market makers, you'll see that at CTAs, you'll see that at trade desk, you'll see it in fixed income, you'll see it at mutual funds, right? Like they just focus on doing their job, and it's their job, right? And broader understanding would require knowledge outside of their job that most people are just not willing to obtain. Kirk's only here for the money. The minute he starts losing money because of us or the stream, we're gonna get whacked. It's true. I don't want to go get a fucking PhD. I spent more time on valuations, ratios, reading balance sheets and P&Ls, efficient frontiers, etc. That's what my finance degree was made of. That's what finance degrees are still made of. Like artifacts of days past, pre-zero DTEs. Man, they're really fucking trying not to lose 47.30, huh? I wonder if they can pull this off. This is just put selling. 57.25.59. I think they're gonna fail. God, liquidity is a bitch. UGI is having a good day. Yeah, yeah. It's already outperformed what I expected after a 1 year hold, so I don't know what I'm gonna do with it now. Surely there's someone who can give you an honorary PhD. Ew. Who? You want to give me one? How much money would you have to make to receive an honorary PhD from J. Fresh's University? I'm kind of always so amazed that you stream. Like, I get that you'd be doing this anyways. So you might as well stream, but that $20 and not 20% point is a real one. You're helping people learn. It's great. I could make it more money if that would. Do you feel it would be more equitable if I raise the price of Dillionaire? That should get everyone to stop. What people do? Point do people find bearish data bearish when they're afraid? Doesn't today's data explain that JPOW has some possible concern of over tightening? I mean, that's what Daly literally said this morning. They're like, we need to cut rates 3 times or we're gonna over tighten. He was pretty blunt about it. I don't know which one it is. Daily DD not in perpetuity. Sakura Blue. I mean, the daily DD. I've been sick, first of all, so the last thing I want to do is wake up an hour early to write the daily DD. I'll probably start writing it again as soon as I feel better. But it's not like people can't just come here and ask the questions anyway. A lot of times I feel like it's a waste. The harder the struggle, the sweeter the breakdown. I stopped to have a play yesterday and this morning. It would have been up 300%. Feels bad, man. Feels Batman. I was right, just too early, I guess. Well, it happens. Yes, sell more puts. Do it. They're really trying to sell as many as they can. Oh, on the 5 minute, Dork? Here. You'll love that too then. You can't pump it that way. Um, getting slightly increased put interest at 30.25. Hmm. All right. So yesterday. Oops, sorry. I think I missed a bunch of chat. I think you just need to copy paste meme daily GD to post when you're sick, just to make people chill. Uh, well, TD, no TD. We're thankful you're here, man. Thanks, dude. The real reason you stream is it keeps you from getting bored and doing too many degenerate trades. And the fees help cover the trades when the channel isn't interesting enough. Imagine selling as many puts as possible and just watching them burn. Yeah. No one really credited them with being hyper intelligent. Any good leverage ETFs that track crude? There's a few. Oh, what the fuck is that one called? There's like, was it UCO and SCO and oil U and oil D? Mm-mm. Come on, VIX 14. Let's go. If you could rebuy your puts here, would you have bought the 35s instead? I might have bought the 30s. There's the momentum. A little more. Come on, keep going. Oh, don't chop me out. Come on, let's go. There we go. Stupid bullshit. Sir, we sold puts and the market went down. We don't. Well, don't just stand there. Sell more puts. Pretty fucking accurate. Yeah, they're still trying to sell more puts right now. I think they're just trying to stop the puts out before they let it run. Like they're trying to stop out like the long puts. And I think the MM's just gonna dump the hedge into the short puts. Come on, new low. There we go. More. Hmm. Pretty constant buying on the strike right now. US 10-year Treasury going up. Not a repeat of yesterday yet, but it's similar. It's just similarities. Ooh, neat. Fix all-time high. Yeah, VIX is starting to break out of 14. Jesus Christ, these resistances are nuts. So desperate. 30, 25. They're kind of rugging themselves a bit here because the other bulls are taking profits. They don't want to get rugged. Thanks, STD slot machine. You too, man. I've listened to when VIX creeps up, hold puts. VIX go down rapidly. Sell puts. God, I hope this sells off so hard. Morning trash. 1 second, I'll be right back. Are they Persian rugs? No. Hmm. It's ridiculous how drawn out this shit is. Ah, bastard. What was the fill? Oh, that's pretty good. All right. So try to pump it again. Still doesn't look like they're gonna. They flip the momentum a little bit on the shorter time frame. So maybe retest 36. That's beautiful, Willie. Is there a point where VIX gets high enough this all breaks? Oh, yeah. Tomorrow on Beyond? Give me a second. Tomorrow is the 21st. It has... Oh, no, today's the 21st. Tomorrow it has 1.13 million. Today it should have 1.7 million. God, this is the fucking worst. Long stop rip, big sad. Tech pump? I don't know. NQ's kind of struggling a bit. How closely related is SPY to SPX? Like 1/10? Usually. Is T+2 settlement fake? No, why? Come on, again with momentum? This is such bullshit. Are these giant red candles put sales? Some of them are, yeah, a little bit. That was profit taking on the call side. Nope. Never mind. That was put sells. 10:30 and it looks, yeah, it kind of looks like this one was selling puts. What happened at 10:30? Oh, this was selling puts. This big drop. Hey, there it goes. Kansas composite miss? Big miss. But that was 10 minutes ago. Yeah, that was back here. I don't know, they keep trying to claw it back and losing, so it's not looking good for them. They're expending a lot of resources, and bears are just sitting on their puts. See, like the knife catching is very successful because they buy in the money calls to do that. But the breakouts are very unsuccessful because they sell puts to do that. What's our range potential? If we broke 25, we could fill the gap. which is it's a big gap. It's like a $25 gap. I would expect us to find support at 4,700 though. Most of the calls that were above us sold off already. There wasn't like a lot left this morning. There's still some at like 60 and up, but most of it already capitulated or is sold calls. Remember that a lot of the calls that went in the money above 50 were sold. Those weren't bought calls. They just didn't squeeze out because they have a lot of theta. Was the drop yesterday due to China threat to Taiwan? No. What now for the bulls? How do they keep the pumpies up or maintain these levels? So the pumpies are until the market makers hedge resets, which would mean the majority of sold puts go in out of the money. And that's like 4,400, maybe a little lower. Oops, I dropped my phone. Or they need real buying. Otherwise, the strategy of doing pumpies is dead. Like the whole sell a bunch of short vol, buy a bunch of long gamma. That's not working. That just buries them even further at this point. Yeah, Beyond's still on reg show. They're still keeping VIX futures pretty flat, but NQ's starting to fail again. Hmm. You know what isn't flat? Yen futures. I'm aware, Bob. Hmm. bit of put buying. Yeah, Bob had a nice recovery today. This is one of the ugliest charts I've ever seen. Have you looked at futures? Futures are really ugly. Look at this bullshit. they're trying to. It's like they're trying to buy every single fucking dip. This is ugly as shit too. I think below 47.75, they probably find some more sellers. If we ever get there. That is not a fucking bull flag. So everyone's just holding their futures hedge from OPEX and looking for the first opportunity to dump them. Yep. Yep. They dumped a bunch of it yesterday. Even with the dip buying, the VIX is highly elevated. Yeah, VIX keeps crawling up. They're managing to keep like 30-day VIX kind of down, but not much. Or 3-month, sorry. Yeah, VIX 3 months almost back up to where it was yesterday. They're actually doing a better job keeping this suppressed than they are spot VIX. DM? Jesus Christ. That's yesterday's print? Holy shit. Triple A, triple B, right? Jesus fucking Christ, look at that. Triple A, triple B spread. What's the spread there? Like 7 point... 7.5? High yield triple A. Okay. Hmm. Interesting. I'll add this to 3-month fix flat on the day. Dixie down 52 BPS. Yields up. Down 16 bips. God, this is fucking stupid. From Jan 8th, we're gonna get 0 DTE on Russell 2K on RUT or RUT and IWM. RUT only. Oh, okay. This is fucking ridiculous. Let's see. Looks like 3-month vol is gonna push up again. Correlation's still rising. Forward vol returns are picking up a lot today. They picked up a lot yesterday too, but they're picking up a lot today. Dixie's still pushing down. Yeah, futures 47.75 is still a sticking point. really mean anything, or is it still just trapped? Oh, they got the upside gap fill. I think that was like the big breakout. I don't know if it pushes any further than that. Oh, they're trying to sell puts again. Fucking idiots. The hell's that? Oh. Nice. Fix back at 14. Call side capitulation at 30. No, most of the 0DT calls around the chain are just still there. I said bull flag a while back. I was told no. Yeah, it's still wrong. Are you trying to take credit for a bull flag that broke to a lower high? You know, bull flags are short-lived, right? They're like high volume and then consolidation and then a breakout. We've had none of those things. We've got consolidation. Yeah, it's like bull flags are like 1-5, maybe on the 15, but that's pretty rare. Like 1 to 5 minute time frames. You're looking for like a high volume upside, right? And then that's going to move into a period of consolidating volume downside, right? That then breaks into another high volume upside. Slow downward chop after a low volume breakout this is not a bull flag. Bull flags specifically, like the post on bull and bear flags are high volume. It's a very important part of them. We'll be looking for to see SPX do a bullish reversal. A drop big enough to put puts in the money. So far, we haven't had that. They've been trying to avoid the puts going in the money all day. So far, that's been not all that successful. Mostly because they've sold so many fucking puts. No problem, DZ. Oh, God. Can we call it a sloth flag? Hangs on, moves slowly until it falls from a tree. Well, usually then you're looking more at something like a bar, right? Where you have a move up that consolidates back to trend. One second. That's just like a trend continuation. Ugh. Oh shit, we broke up. Do we have a 5-year tips? Column to find the tails and prints. Uh, well, I think it's I think it's high yield. And then you want bills and bonds. This wants to break down. It's trying. It's probably likely that we have like another hour of chop at this point, though, before we see downside. It's very bearish that we're not going up right now. I will say that much. We're not going up substantially right now. Excuse me. So I think yeah, that's what Dork. You want to select these two. And then you want to get rid of the shit like the CMBs and stuff. You just want bills and bonds. Or notes and bonds. How many Billy and short duration are they doing today? I'm not sure. Or how many did they do? We've got a 5-year tips at fucking 1 o'clock, I think. upcoming. We've got recent auction results. Today we did 4 and 8 week. I'm not sure how much today's were for. Oh no, we did. We didn't do 4 and 8 week. We did. Yeah, we did. We did 4 and 8. They were for. $80 billion on the 4 week. 44 billion on 52 week. When the fuck are these? Where's the 8 week? $75 billion and 3 million. U.S. Treasury to auction. 57 and 2, 40 and 7, 75 and 3, 40 more and 7, and then the 4 week did 80 billion at 5.265. I didn't see the 8 week. They're still selling puts. Albert Edwards of SocGen. If I had to warn of a seismic shock for 2024 that would shake investors to their core, it's not whether the US or China does or doesn't go into recession, or if inflation and interest rates are a bit higher or lower than expected. The biggest surprise that could send a shockwave through portfolios is if US market cap bubble bursts, tipping the entire market into a slump. All right, yeah, I can't disagree with that. I think just bills and notes and bonds. I don't think you're not gonna get anything from, you're not gonna get like an output from bills. You should be able to like download the CSV. Like I think oh wait, I wanted to see how much we were doing in tips for today. We're doing a 5-year tips today, right? We actually had a bunch of auctions today that weren't listed. We had 42-day, 52-week. Oh, these are all announced today. Those aren't auctioned yet. Where the fuck is the tips? Okay, this auction's today. 20 billion in 5-year tips. Oh, that sounds super fun, Dork. I think you're better off doing an API request because you'll be able to filter out the like the bonds and the you'll be able to filter out the type better. Like the all right. Oh, this is gonna be boring as shit. Just so you know, that's not effectively the tail. You would need to have the market data, but it's a pretty good representation of the tail. Like it's not the actual tail. You're looking at like the low high in the auction, right? So you're looking at the spread within the auction. Yeah, not because you have to have the spot price. And I don't know if the auction gives out the spot price. Or if it does, I'm not sure what it's called on their paperwork. Look at one of the like the auction results and see if what definition they use to classify the spot price going into the auction. Because I didn't see it in there, but maybe there's a filter for that too. Because then you'd want spot to high. What's Beyond gonna do this afternoon? I have no idea. Beyond might just not do a lot to like Jan. Be prepared for that. Stop playing fucking weekly calls on it. Dixie VIX, SPX, all going down. Seems normal, right? Perfectly healthy markets. They really slammed 3-month vol to try to keep this up here, and it wasn't very successful. But now I guess they can let it drop a little without having to worry about convexity flaring up. I don't know. Find a fucking auction print. Hold on. Atomic always sends me this. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if they give. I don't know if they give you the spot price going into the auction. No, I'm not cutting beyond. There's just not a lot. Like, there's not a lot to do with it right now. Market indexes are turning down. There's nothing to pressure the FTDs to the upside, so you're gonna get a lot of like stagnant sideways price action while they try to net everything off. So I need to look back in time to see how much should have been shorted and when shorts will be underwater. Does that mean if it goes up that much, they'll rush to cover? Yeah, they don't want to. They don't want to cover at a loss, so they'll try to cover. The volume will pick up when the majority of the short position falls underwater. Check Mullen. Why? Good for them. Reverse split? Ooh, that's interesting. How much? 1 to 100? Curious. I mean, I'm not going to chase it, but that's interesting. Mullen's suspended? Suspended or halted? How many reverse splits? I did one in August too? Hmm. It's not gonna have options though. No, it's not gonna have new options. Yeah. Fuck that. It's so risky to chase that. You're gonna take on leverage with fucking shares. Fuck no. A reverse split 1 to 100. It's their third year. So far, 2023 has seen 22,500 to 1 when you add all three together. Ah, okay. What are they trying to do? The dries squeeze? That worked for dries because they did both reverse splits within like a week. Mullen's always been a piece of shit. I remember you discussing reverse splits being good short shakers and hypothesizing how it could help GME way back. Yeah, they can be. The pace at which they're doing them, though, is not... That's not really going to shake the shorts. I guess the question is, what have they gotten their float down to? Their float's still like 361 million shares, though. Is Dirk confirmed red candles on SPX? There are red candles on SPX. $9.25 and 100. Yeah, they're gonna dilute. Can you do the math on the free float, Atomic, if you get a chance, and figure out what the current free float is? This has a good chance of being a red candle. Don't ask about SPX till it breaks 47.25, and kinda yeah. I mean, I think like ultimately the bull position's gonna fail here, but it's taking so fucking long, right? Kind of broke 25 pretty quick there. That was a nice move down. So in from 360 to 3.5. Hmm. I wouldn't fuck with it. You fucking rug pulled really hard. That's a ton of liquidity compression. Like that stock could be trading at like $20 and literally gap down to like fucking $5. That's really really dangerous. Also, there's going to be a dilution at some point, which could actually just wreck everything. They're just going to trickle in FTDs and beyond. That's how it works. But here's what's bullish about it in the long run, if you're patient, is if they get insufficient volume, which they have been getting. This is what you want. It's a pretty small bounce off 20. Also, fast move to 20. High risk of capitulation down here? Not really, no. Maybe at like 4,700, but not at 4,720. Still a fat gap there. If anything, this is going to lead to more zero DT put buying, right? Very high risk of sold put squeezing, yeah. But we're kind of already seeing that on VIX. What level on VIX killed the bulls? Gamma neutral starts to. Delta neutral cements it. Then if charm flips negative below delta neutral, it gets really fucking ugly. But we've got a long, long, long way to go before we get to those. Why is that 47.25p for tomorrow instead of today? I got tired of getting chopped out of them. I mean, I made like a little bit of profit, but I burned all my free cash fucking buying back zero DTs after getting chopped out at like 8% profits. Yeah, also zero DTs aren't much cheaper. Did you see the 174,500 VIX call spread bought yesterday? No, but cool. Is this it? Yeah. Yeah, finally. ES 4760, the next support. 65 is actually the support here. If we lose 65, which we haven't yet, but if we do, 4738, 4740. 4740. Which is roughly like 47, just under 4,700. 4695, 4690. Right around there. On SPX, 4690. So yeah, basically, if we lose 4715, look for just under 4,700. Beyond green candles on market red candles, me like you. It just means that they're covering on a falling index. That's not necessarily a good thing for bulls. They're getting that sweet, sweet liquidity, and they're buying it up. Fortunately, Beyond doesn't have a ton of ETF exposure. It's not like GME. I predict we won't significantly break 4,700 till next year. I think we could break it today. There's a lot of put interest down at like 75. 60, 46.75. If NDX loses 16,650, and look at NQ, don't look at fucking NDX. I mean, if NDX loses 16,775, that's a big deal. Then the next downside support's at 16,625. There's still that big fucking fat gap down at 16,100. I wouldn't mind a 5% pullback. I'm not gonna lie. It'd be pretty cool. About 0 GTE spy pits against my Beyond calls? Okay. The ratio there might be a little imperfect, but nice. Nolan's suspended. What's the difference from a halt? I'm just curious. I don't own it. I don't know. Go look up the code. It's probably just Luddle halts. Could a cool PCE print stop downward momentum on SPX? Maybe. Depends on how far we move down. Like, if we move down below gamma neutral before tomorrow, it won't matter. Be perfectly honest with you. Like, it won't matter at all. 5% pullback, Gherk. IWM is up 25% in 2 months. Burn it all. The one RTY contract that I bought in October was really happy about that. I just never got stopped out of it. I wish I'd bought more of them, obviously, but dude, you're checking it from work. It looks like downs are starting. Where do you think we're headed? I don't know. 4,700 probably. That's the next most likely strike to end up at. I'd like to see us go down to 4660, but we're still very far from that. However, the faster we go down, the faster we go down. Oh yeah, Dork. We're doing big bears. Happy crossover day, Dork. Yeah, yeah, but I mean, well, feels like 84 years since we've seen VIX this high. It's been like a month, like slightly over a month. I might grab a call to hedge overnight. We'll see where we end up. Nice, Sisyphus. Well done. Is this Bidenomics? Sure. I don't think this has anything to do with any of that, frankly. The dork hath spoken. What did you speak on? I said red candle, and then the market went down. You said yeah, but it was like the ninth red candle in a row. To chase or not to chase? That's the question. Giveth us a bounce. How's the shit position for Tesla looking? I bought back the sold put, and then I bought another put. It's been going up. Tesla's kind of in a nosedive. If Tesla loses 250, it could start dropping a lot faster. Where's Gamma Mutual moved on that? Hold on. I'm gonna laugh my ass off if those shitty puts print. Yeah, Tesla gets significantly more bearish below 246. And Delta on it's already starting to turn negative. Today might cement that. So 246 and then 230. 232, 230. Those are the big levels to lose. And if it loses all of those, maybe, just maybe 217. $60 scratchies? Yeah, I guess so. I mean, fortunately, a lot of the loss on the call is already hedged off by the short calls, though. Like, I think those were only like a few bucks to buy. How's positioning? We're at support on futures right now. We're below the majority of calls. There's a decent number of puts at 4710 and 4700. It looks like put buying's still increasing, so yeah. And if we start to get a lot of gamma on the zero GTU puts, then we could get something like what we saw yesterday from like 4740 down to like 4700. I mean, they can sell as many puts as they want, right? They're just gonna fucking get pushed in the money if they do, though. The Grinch pinch is real. We'll see. Still not below gamma neutral. Don't get too bearish. I'm sure GN's will be closer to the money today than it was yesterday, but I mean, we can only rely on the OI from the prior day, right? Unfortunately, not a market maker yet. $13.73 short interest. Free float 3.53. Thanks, Atomic. Yeah, way too risky. I thought some linear regression lines. Yeah. Are we looking bouncy? Does that look bouncy to you? Looks like we found some support at 47.15. I wouldn't say it looks bouncy. It's like consolidation. We'll see if we get more put interest coming in. Is it ethical for a market maker to live stream their positions and discuss in detail the mechanics of what they're doing? I think transparency is good since they seek neutral. That's cute. Goodnight Moon wasn't a Christmas story. That wasn't like... That wasn't last year either. That was the year before last. And it was nowhere near Christmas. Has it been that long? Yeah. It really fucking has. It's insane to me how long we've been doing this. It's still fun though. I like it. That was the night of the best sleep I've ever had. Awesome. It's more fun than ever. Yeah. It was 5-4. It was in fucking May. That's because you make money and laugh at our popcorn. I don't know. I want you guys to make money too. It's definitely way more fun when everyone's making money. This stream and the pickle jar is the best online community I've ever been involved with. Thank you so much, Max. REITs are gearing up to buy like crazy starting March. Just had a meeting with the top 3. Jesus Christ, they're gonna blow up their own nabs. I hope they're not buying commercial properties. Actually, that might not be a bad idea. If they don't already have a lot of... What are they going to do about their billions and billions, $500 billion in commercial real estate losses this year? They're just going to buy more, try to average it down. It's been some time indeed. It was late coming here, and it's been 19 months. All considered, that's not that many ports blown when reported by month. Remember the special bedtime stream when you read Goodnight Moon to all of us as we fell asleep? I had the best sleep that night. Yeah, that was on 5. You can just go rewatch that. I don't need to do it twice. Single family, multifamily. Is it best and only online community I've been involved with? The fact that I'm involved with one at all speaks volumes. You're such a sociable person, Jen. That's why you chose to work in a library, I assume. Quick Gorg, sell 10,000 ES contracts. Someone else can do that. I just dropped Goodnight Moon in general chat for y'all. Thanks, Trash. I run things behind the scenes. I assumed you became a librarian to let out your inner social butterfly. It's such like a community feel-good position. I feel like you did a surprise late night stream one time too. That was fun. Pi-Fi After Dark. I used to do gaming streams once in a while, but there haven't been any games that I've wanted to play. Everyone keeps autocorrecting cult as community. It's community. Is downside momentum slowing here? Obviously. That's why I work in construction. Everyone's so friendly and not racist at all. Nice. No, absolutely not, Maeve. Gherkin Vix hit 16 today? Probably not, but that would be really cool if it happened. I bought a 15p. We found a bottom. Hmm. Grinch? Maybe if we break gamma neutral. Maybe. $46.60. That's 46.50. That's 46.50. 40 actually gamma neutral's at 46.39.31. But it'll probably be like 50 by the end of today. 46.50 by the end of today. If I told you we were gonna peak at 47.80 yesterday and then drop 130 BPS, what would you have said? Impossible, right? Nothing's impossible. My entire livelihood rests on your answer to this question. Will my 1229 4600p prompt? I don't know, but if it makes you feel better, I also have one of those. Stop making me buy puts. Cat's doing alright. Thanks, Lost Souls. Did the cat ever get a name? I've found no reason to name him. It's just me and him, right? I don't need a name. Just call him Cat or you. Or get the fuck out of my way. You know. Do you still talk to your neighbor's friend that was stalking you? It wasn't stalking. It was just overly familiar. And not for several days, but occasionally. She doesn't live in New York, which is perfect. I wonder if that's why he hides under the couch all the time. Because he doesn't have a name. I like Hawkish Paws. I forget who came up with it. I think it was Yaga. No, not a Jersey girl, a New England girl. The other way. He doesn't feel at home if you won't even name him. He doesn't know what the fuck's going on. His brain's the size of like a cookie. Like a small cookie. She's totally gonna propose to you in a few months. Total girl boss CEO power move. She does make good money. So is mine. And yet here we are. Yeah, but you came with a name. It's more like a cashew, I guess. Cats have the equivalent intelligence of a 2-year-old. They have the equivalent of an intelligence of a 20-year-old and still be stupid. Can't take credit. Someone else came up with it. I just loved it so much that I kept using it. Oh, okay. Maybe a ceremonial title? Maybe if he does something. What's good money? I don't know. I didn't ask directly, but she owns like an e-commerce website that does pretty well. She has like a warehouse and stuff. I'd probably say 7 figures a year. And her parents are rich. I need taken care of. Okay, now don't fuck it up. Alright, I already did that. Yeah. You'd be a fantastic trophy husband, right? I'd be so good at parties and I'd have great stories. How does such little volume cause such a large move in price comparatively? I feel like that was a lot of volume. Yes, had like a big 10,000 contract diddler. Is this capitulation of the puts? Probably a few, yeah. Not very many, but yeah, a little bit. Looks like 47.35's taking profit. Some 47.30s. They might just be repositioning too. If you were a trophy husband, you'd have to slow down trading to work out more. I don't know how many girls you've talked to, AJ. I'm gonna presume not a lot because you live in the wilderness in Canada. I assume in like a small cabin where your autism can just devour your every waking moment. But women really don't care about that very much. Like getting ripped and getting like a six pack, like it'll work with like some women. Most don't give a shit. Um, it'll what it will do is it'll attract a lot of men. As someone who's used to spend a lot of time working out, nothing makes you more attractive to men than working out a bunch. Men will come up to you and they'll be like, "Bro, those abs." Yeah, it's dope. I can be a trophy husband just on my personality and intellect. I have a lot to offer. All right, fuck you, AJ. Did you ever have abs? Yeah. Yeah, I did. I never got like the full six pack. It was more like I think I'm too big for one of those. I got like the four pack, like the kind of thing like Olympic power lifters get. Just couldn't get the body fat low enough for the six pack. Sturdy four. That's not a thing. Keep telling yourself that, King. I will, trash. Like the Iron Sheik. My favorite stream was Late Night Bank Failures Future stream. That was fun. I can't think of anybody else who has that, like, has like a four pack. Arnold back in the day, like before he got a six pack. Schwarzenegger only has four abs. Fuck the six pack, get a keg. Oh, I've got one of those now. Okay, I'll Google men's abs at work. There you go, Jen. It's for research purposes. My face has already been put on Arnold's body, like in 15 different gifs. I'll live. Iron Sheik just has one gigantic ab. He was Persian, just like you. It's probably a Persian thing. Racist. Also not Persian. Do you have a fupa now? No, I don't have any like fat below my waistline. It's all just above it. It's a lean hog, Spidey. Lean hog. I'm Persian, and I don't appreciate you trying to appropriate my culture. I couldn't try not to appropriate it harder. Have we been wrong this whole time, and you're actually Parisian? This is the V? Maybe. That would explain the arrogance and bad eating habits. I don't have bad eating habits. I eat like once a day. It's perfect. And I don't sleep. Just call it intermittent fasting and you'll be trending. Yeah. It's peak alpha male performance. Exactly, Potato Tom. Zero physical exertion, one meal a day. What targets on SPX are you looking at today? Well, I'd like to see the gap filled, and then I'm kind of over it. Peak alpha male performance, PAMP, coincidence? Probably not. When are you gonna sell your alpha male sweat in the merch shop? I'm still trying to spin this up. Well, I may have accidentally hired a personal trainer. I didn't sign anything. Maybe 6 months. Who is she? Why do you automatically assume it's a female? Jen. That's not the point. Because this is the way. A workout's a workout. I mean, she's female, but that had nothing to do with it. I'm sure she has an amazing personality. I wouldn't know. Will she make you do burpees? Good luck. You want a personal trainer that's built like an NFL football coach? just thick calves and dad body. The kind of guy that can rock a pair of khakis and a golf shirt. Extremely red face. 14 minutes behind, analyzing the video, Gherkin immediately scratched the back of his neck when saying the cat has no name. The cat has a name. Or my neck itches. I just got out of CPR training. I can save a life, but I missed your market updates. Not worth it. Yeah, saving lives is overrated. $600 watching, 290 likes. Hit the like button, guys, if you could. Scratching my neck is not a tell for lying. Nice try. Saving ports greater than saving lives. It's very good you didn't go the doctor route. Why? I'd save people's life if they paid me. And I was capable. Saving lives is overrated? Well, I mean, it kind of is. You do much better than 95% of people I know as a doctor. Thanks, Dave. Dr. Dave of Pigeonwell Daves. I'm glad I outrank your colleagues. Would you do CPR on me if I was poor? I'm poor. No. What if you had herpes? The mouth kind? Ugh. Am I gonna carry around a dental dam to save people's lives? My doctor calls COVID Kung Flu still? I think I should change. Maybe. Harvey Weinstein never had abs. Is that true? Do we know? I thought he was just he seems like one of those people that's always been 62 years old. How many minutes do you think until the next leg down? Hmm. Momentum could start shifting down again in about 45, 50 minutes. It's like 135, 145. I realized I was 10 minutes behind and just kept writing out of context comments. Well, you're here now. 12 minutes to the tips auction. Oh, yeah, that's true. We do have that coming up. What are some of your criteria for confirming moves? Reversals or directional moves? Relative momentum? Hmm. You can use like I don't use a lot of that stuff anymore, but you can use like declining volume into resistance and then reversal in volume. Um I don't think volatility is really high enough to use price right now. Better on futures, obviously, to use the volume. I don't know. I don't really think about that much anymore. I mean, there's like obvious ways to do it, but I'm not gonna tell you how how I actually do it. I hear you, baby. Will. I mean, you can use like Stotch, or you could use I wouldn't say use MACD, but like ADX on like larger moves, swing, not intraday. Intraday, I mean, just use futures volume, right? Volume compression and expansion. It's pretty easy. But I will say I don't use any of that shit anymore. I used to use that. I did fine with it. You don't need more than that, but I don't really use any of that anymore. I already stopped out on most of my puts for today. Yesterday and today's big gains are gonna make Christmas at my house a bit more happy. Thanks again for all you do, man. Nice, Tim Timmery. I'm just gonna call you Tiny Tim from now on, and I'm glad you're getting your legs back. Happy holidays, man. Kirk bless us, everyone. The best confirmation is when MACD shows a triple velo cluster on the Boom Hunter Pro, while Zimajisi score is an intraday cup and handle. Like I I can tell people like, oh, use like, you know, use your like MA38 or use your MA like use your MA like 1222, right? Or something like that. Or I could be like, you know, use 15-minute MACD or use volume, like volume compression and expansion, right? But those are kind of all bullshit and reverse looking. And I don't use any of them anymore, right, Dork? So it's just like I feel like it's better I just say nothing. Yeah, I know it's all the same shit. Tiny Tim is a YouTube channel. It's a middle-aged man impersonating a child. Ah, The best confirmation is when things start happening that regarded participants believe in. I mean, I can't remember the last time I looked at MACD on something. It was the other day when people were like, "How do you trade MACD?" And I showed them, but the whole time I'm showing them, I'm like, "This is mid at best." I'm gonna leave pickles and espresso out for Gherk, and still bread and hot sauce for trash this year. Could you switch the pickles out for like a pastry? You don't use them anymore because you found the things that work and don't, and built your own mental model. Well, I don't use them anymore because none of them are that good. They work, they're just not that good, and so like I don't know. I don't know what to tell people when they ask that. Because I'd be like, okay, well then how do you do it? And I'm gonna, well, I'm not gonna tell you. Go fuck yourself, right? Because like I'm not gonna give anybody alpha. Intraday alpha comes from being able to wear silly tiny hats on your peener and pretending he's the one making the predictions. Exactly. Your peener is always right, Dork. Trust the peener. If you don't have a peener, get one. That's how you've helped everyone here, I think. Hey, these are the tools. Go forth and explore. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I still very much think that like nobody should ever have like a system or um like learning to trade systematically is not beneficial to becoming a good trader. It can make you a good trader during certain windows of opportunity, and then that's it. But actually understanding market mechanics and how the market works and what's going on, that's what makes a good trader, because you're able to adapt your strategies based on market conditions, right? And there is no form or function to that. Like it's something you have to just learn. You have to spend the time learning it and practicing and being in the shit. If your chubby hubby ain't standing by your desk wearing his tiny hat on his peener while you speak out your predictions in a high pitched voice, moving the peen up and down, you should quit. Exactly. That's actually one of our best indicators right now. Is we have a trail cam and it's on JFresh's waist, and we go long anytime he gets an erection throughout the day, which is pretty frequent. It's really costing us a lot in commissions, but you know it does have a nice yield. Is that what the tips chart actually is? Actually, no. It's a differential equation between Dork and JFresh's peener at any given point in time. Angle of the dangle, if you will. Subscribe to Pontiff to access the Chubby Hubby Weed Wiggle Pro indicator. Yeah, if you subscribe to Pontiff, you can do whatever you want with Dork's Wiener for a whole day. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You want to cut or not, Dork? Shut your mouth. I mean, most of intraday trading doesn't really require signals or anything, right? Like, you just buy or sell shit and have a stop. Yeah, of course, no wiener abuse. That would immediately violate the terms. Gherk went to pimping so quick. It's just a natural instinct. I don't know what to say. So I have this silicone mold. Okay, that's fine. Dork, you're sticking your dick in a bucket of latex for 2 hours. Absolutely. There's some major explaining to do in your DMs. I'm in Long Island and I found this at my sister's. Care to explain? Oh, this is awkward. Well, first of all, why am I on your sister's TV? How old is your sister? This is very awkward. I plead the fifth. Is today's stream all about me? Hey, I'm bearish too. Fuck you, Gaff. You're not alone. But we could go to Kava, roll ourselves into a ball, and become a super bear. Why do they keep shorting volatility? Like, it doesn't just stop. You already lost. Give up. Shit's pathetic. Well, it's not Rims and Sims. It's not like I have a pickle calling card. Did the mustache girl have a pickle stuffy? Just a ball of bear and lamb held together by tzatziki, hummus, and profits. Exactly. Ooh, that's very Christmas themed. Thank you, Beardactyl. I'll send it to Dork for the next indicator. I highly doubt there was a tail on the tips auction. Fed bid 0. Yeah, 1.71 going in, 1.71 high yields. Bid to cover 2.55. So yeah, no shift on the tips. Primary dealers took 6.14%, indirect took 75.66. If I sell bear call spreads, will I be helping or hurting the MM? It'll be helping the bulls. Well, it's kind of neutral, but sort of helping the bulls. If you had a pickle calling card, would you tell me? Sure. Yeah. The tips auction wasn't anything. Yeah, tips auctions usually aren't anything. You think uranium's seeing bearish divergence, or is the party just started? I think it's gonna go on for like 3 to 5 years. I'm gonna drive to Jersey today from Baltimore. Do I go now and stream in the car, or wait until market close / traffic, grind it out then? Gaff's right, actually. I'm not gonna clip it. Clip it. Clip my holiday travel recommendation. I will not. I'm not gonna clip any mention of New Jersey. Is this the V? Are my dreams of 4715 straddle dead? Wait, if you were straddled at 4715, why would you care if this was a... Never mind. You know what you should do, Dork? Since that's from Baradactyl, if you're gonna buy it and send him a picture, you should shave your pubes into little antlers, right? Rain dick. Exactly. That's terrible advice. No, it wasn't. Baradactyl needs customer photos. For his manscaping service. I just shaved yesterday. Where was this advice at? Wouldn't that be decorative for the holidays? Right? It's you could do like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer or Comet. New business idea. Stencil templates for pube shaving. There you go. I hope Baradactyl heard that. Greg doesn't like Christmas because he never got presents. So, I got presents sometimes. I said we have more chance of downside from 135 to 145. What do Persian centaur children normally get for Christmas? Ugh. Like an apple. I started writing lyrics to Rudolph the Red-Tipped Reindeer, but then I stopped myself because it was too easy. Yeah. I heard centaurs like pastries. Sure. Centaurs like pasties. I can already tell it's been too long of a day. What happened to the coffee shop girl? Oh, the chick with the OnlyFans? I don't know. I haven't. I haven't ghosted her, but I'm thinking about it. She had an OnlyFans, but wasn't very hot. She was not. Kind of, yeah. You only described her as mid. It didn't sound promising. I'm torn though, because if she has a successful OnlyFans, maybe there's talent there that I'm unaware of at the surface level. I don't want to make content, Bob. Just because someone has an OnlyFans doesn't mean anyone subscribes. It's her sole source of income. I think you're connecting dots that are too far apart. Possibly. It's also New York in the winter, right? So it's not like I live in California and you can just immediately identify things. People wear a lot of clothes here in the winter time. It can be tricky. Catfish season. Remember that time you got burned by that hot cheese and it printed a tail on your lip? I bought puts that day thinking it was a bearish sign. It's no worse or better than trading technical analysis. I played my two straddles perfectly for safe 35% and 70% profits. Thanks for all your teaching. May your centaur children roam free for a millennium. Thank you, Jimmy. Why not just go out on a date and get to know her better? I'm thinking about it. Maybe she's an armpit hair streamer. That can't be a thing. Hard to see the yacht. What's more fun, trading or streaming? They tend to complement each other. When one's boring, the other's fun. Sure, she's a 5, but does she like Kava? Because that's worth a few points. I don't know. I guess I could take her to Kava. That's a low effort date. My buddy's girl makes food in her underwear. She makes over 100K. She's mean as heck though, and not fun at all. Does she like Neo, the performer? Does she see Neo hitting $40 in the next 2 weeks? No. Neo got wrecked into close yesterday. How's it doing today? Stable? Yeah, it kind of bounced back a little bit. That one I'm torn on. I don't like the shit going on with China. If the news cycle is gonna push that for months, it's gonna be bad for Chinese stocks. Hmm. So many things are up today. It's very unreasonable. I wonder if the deal with US Steel is gonna go bad. It might. If you think it's gonna go bad, I'm sure puts are probably nearly free. Is she worth looking at in her underwear is the real question. That's what I don't know. Okay, but I met her and she was wearing a fucking down jacket. Like a knee length one. There's nothing you can determine from that. She has knees. No, no internet search over content because A, that would be weird. And B, I don't know her fucking screen name. It wouldn't be the first X deal to have gone bad in the past year. Zing. Fair enough. This is early too. This is an early drop. It's only 120 right now. This could get worse. Richie Zillions, thank you so much for hooking up Cole Murray. Cole Murray, give Richie a shout out. Yield curve actually up today. Yeah, there's some moves. I give Gherkin a shout out because we're making money today. It's going all right. Time to short AMD. I already sold spreads on it. I don't really want to do anything. I don't want to short it yet. It's still too close to Gamma Max. If we get down to 4,700, should we sell our 0 DT puts? Maybe safe to hold till close so we don't burn a trade. I mean, set a stop, I guess. It depends on how much the trade is worth to you. Tell you trade assets for a living and ask if she wants you to do technical analysis on her assets. Jesus Christ. You guys don't get laid a lot, huh? That's don't ever if you're ever don't ever use that line. That's awful. No, we're married. God. What gave it away? Ew. Hard bounce. That seems like a waste of money. Bear trap? It's a bear trap or a bull trap? Was a bear trap into a bull trap? Well, it's 135 to 145, not 1335 to 1445. Mm, hmm. I don't see a ton of put capitulation. No. A bunch of put selling. But I don't think it's from profit taking. That's disgusting, Bob. Fuck is wrong with you? It's not like I pay for it. And there would be something wrong. Burned up a lot of juice on that one. What a waste. Snapped right back to 47.70. 47.55. I think it was just like a big futures buy-in. Is it a big futures buy or a big vol short? I'm not really sure. $47.50 is pretty important though. Ben, hey, what's up, dude? It's only been 31 months. Feels like at least 34. Just stopping in to say Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I'll be back someday, and perhaps I'll bring a new tune with me. Well, I'm excited to hear it. Happy holidays to you too, Ben. It's good to see you, man. Play a song. All right. Damn it, where does it go? Do, do, do. Oh God, remember this one? Taking the wife out to lunch. You want anything? Yeah, if you could get me a just a sandwich.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Okay, so I can see how somebody might get the idea that we would be a cult, but I think if you just hear me out, I'll lay out some reasons right here. Lady VWAP gets praised, so the stock gets a raise. Gherk leads us and feeds us with entertainment for days. We don't got great Kool-Aid, so it can't be a cult. We chant and have members, but it ain't Popeye's fault.
Not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Chicken or beef? Oh, ham? Something light. Don't go too crazy. Are we still GME lovers? Feelings are mixed. It's not a cult, turd. Is Pump finna get rugged hard? Maybe, yeah. Hmm. This song needs an update. We have a lot of songs that need updates. We have some very very GME centered very GME centric music portfolio. Mix like your feelings about the coffee shop girl. Yeah. Those aren't so mixed. I'm just risk averse and I don't want to find myself in an awkward situation. Not the CNS song. Like its namesake. It's perfect. We aren't gonna get a continuation because you didn't play the bear song yesterday. Playing full well playing the bear song is gonna make the market reverse 300 BPS. You just want to buy puts at the top again, Dork. Dork has calls. Why don't you try it? Made good money today. Put the last of my measly settled cash into 472 XSP puts in case we crash into end of day gloriously. That's the best way to crash. What about Show Me Uranus? Oh, do I have that one? I might. I do.
GME 510, this is Moon Tower requesting a pilot report. Copy that, Moon Tower. This is GME 510. We are currently ascending, and then descending, and then ascending a little bit more, and then descending a little bit more. Quite honestly, Moon Tower, we don't really know what the fuck we're doing. Roger that, GME 510. Let's see if we can maintain a steady altitude above market crash levels. 10-4, Moon Tower. Any word on the status of JP 42069? That's Jerome Powell 42069. Last I heard they were inbound for a soft landing. I repeat, a soft landing. Negative, GME 510. No word from them yet. Oh, wait. Yes. Actually, here it comes. A little bit of crosswinds, but it certainly does look like they are coming for a very soft landing. We hear you loud and clear, Moon Tower. Requesting permission to increase elevation to begin journey to Uranus.
I don't wanna go to the moon, all I wanna do is see Uranus, baby. It might be cold, but I got some GME calls to warm you up. Show me Uranus, show me Uranus, show me Uranus.
That's a good one. I forgot about that one. I'm glad I muted this before I got that call. The guy deserves a Grammy. I can imagine someone just showing up on the stream with that song playing. Yeah. I want that next time I resubscribe to Pigeon Whale. Fine. That's what big shill money gets you. Production quality. Yeah, it's true. Shorting vol again? A little bit, not as much. What's NQ doing? Has anybody tried trading this piece of shit today? Stopped out and chop a couple times. Seems awful. Five more minutes for a drop. It's probably gonna be longer than that because we already got one big drop. Are we getting hung up here from resistance at ES 4765? Yeah. Although I think if we break below it, we'll probably move down hard again. You could sell a few thousand futures contracts if you want to, Dave. I'm scared, as you should be. Hmm. Mm. Any clue what's up with the missing BYND vol? It's got 1.8 million so far. I mean, if they don't get sufficient volume to cover the FTDs, they're gonna compound, right? They're gonna roll over into tomorrow. This is one of the reasons we see fail to volume ratios in excess of 100%. As far as the borrow fee dropping, it really doesn't matter very much. Boring. More downs, please. Maybe in a bit. There's still like a little bit of call buying here. Like buying a 47, 20, and 25. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, Tesla has support at 250 and 246. I don't think we break 4700 today. About to cut losses on the 4700p. Yeah, I wouldn't think we were gonna break it anyway. I mean, there's a chance if we fell down that there'd be enough momentum to push through, but we'd probably snap right back to 4700 if we did break to the underside of it. There's quite a lot of options interest at 4700. That's a big one. Hmm. It's kind of stabilizing. It's not doing. Yeah, there's still puts below us. Still quite a lot of puts at 4710. No one's really doing anything right now. There's still a bit of put selling going on, but I don't think it's like I think it's profit taking. It's vol shorting. So just open tomorrow below 4,700. That's a distinct possibility. Or PCE is cool, and we start to bounce back to the upside. I don't expect it to be. I kind of expect PCE to be pretty flat. Probably shouldn't have too much of an effect on things, but it may be cool. Hmm. VIX getting cramped a bit, yeah. Hmm. What's PCE? Personal Consumption Expenditure Index? Failure to 4705, 4700, still in the cards. Yeah, it's still possible. Although we really want to see vol turn around a bit here. We range bound for a while. Well, we had some momentum built up, and then we kind of did like a big drop and then an immediate reversal, and now there's a little bit less momentum. Actually, there's quite a lot less momentum. Mm. I don't necessarily know if that means we're going to break up, but there's definitely less pressure to the downside. This is still at a level where it could fail, but I feel like if we go up to 47.25, we're going to be closing near there. Hmm. There's a lot of put interest at 25 though too. Um, hmm. Things kind of grinding up. NQ's testing VWAP. Can you look at Mara, please? Oh, I'm glad I didn't get on that. Yeah, it got fucking like slammed into Gamma Max yesterday. I think it's still above it. Yeah, it's still way above Gamma Max. I would say it might start reversing soon. Sold puts on it are starting to close out too. Bad idea to try to get a PCE straddle now at 47.25. And I'm kind of doing the same thing, but I wanted lower and a little bit lower entry price. Can you crip walk? Eh, not really. Sort of. Like I can cheat, and it kind of looks like a crip walk, but it's not. What are you into crip walking? I don't know. Pump some too short and get after it. Hmm. Still haven't tested 75 yet. A failure below 75 is kind of bearish. Did you cut puts? Or earlier? Oh, those grinds up are excruciating. I feel like it all just rests on NQ here. Whether it breaks out or fails. I mean, I think like ES like 75 kind of matters, but not that much. RSP is kind of holding up today. How the fuck can I see the SPX chart on WeBull? Go to the little bar at the top left corner and click it and type SPX. Someone get Meet Kevin on. Ask him what to do next. He explained yesterday's... Wait, what? His explanation for yesterday's drop was RSA was too high. Then he said nobody knows. What a fucking savant. I would love for this to fall 9 to 12 minutes. Can you help me with this? If this rejects here, it can reject really, really hard. But it hasn't rejected yet. Although MQ did kind of fail the test. It may test again. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. So I want 21. Is the Beyond CEO scheduled for more cannibalism in 2023? I have no idea. Mara's still ripping to new 52-week highs. Okay. I know it's up, but it's above Gamma Max, so it's just risky. It's fucking no point in going long there. It was the COO, not the CEO. Whatever. Elon's hosting a Twitter space with Kathy Woods in 3 hours. The top is in, Gherk. Oh shit. I need to buy more puts on stuff. Oh, Christ. It was got Elon, Kathy Woods, and the letter X involved. I don't want any part of that. You don't want to see him bumping uglies? Quite literally. I'm hungry. Can you give it 60-40 on the breakdown? The breakdown's like slightly favored, but they really fucking murdered the momentum. But Dork, you can get Elon child support. That'd be cool. Okay, the NQ rejection's picking up a little steam. Yes, still not so much. 450. Yeah, Bob is up like 3%. I'm surprised we've gotten this much price action today anyway, especially after yesterday's fucking massive dump. We're gonna close gray? If we closed gray, that'd be a 50 BPS drop from where we're trading right now. No, I think VIX is fine. They are really shorting the ever loving fuck out of vol today, but it's not really getting them anywhere, so like vol shorting without generating outsized returns is a really dangerous game. Did you eat yet? I had some toast earlier. Oh, that's interesting. Hmm. Oh, there goes VIX again. They're colorblind traders, more than you think, and they definitely don't use red and green side by side. I believe that. It kind of looks like it's gonna fail. Profit taking on the call side again. Mm, 47.10 put buying's increased. The call wall at 20 isn't even that big. The call wall at 20 is smaller than the puts. The call wall at 25 is huge, though. What signs are we looking for to indicate failure? The price going down is a good one. VIX continuing up. The end of wanting this to go down is all I've been wanting. That's just the way that I feel, and I'm tired, Gherk. Okay, I'm done whining. Just like the stream. You king. Thanks, Frank. What signs are we looking at to indicate failure again? There's more puts at 20 and at 25 than there are calls at 25? I don't think so. There's a lot of fucking calls at 25. I'd almost like to see this like push up to the intraday high and then just fail. Oh shit. What was that? Okay. I don't need that. Yeah, if we could tap like 35, 35, 40, then fail. That would be much better setup for tomorrow. Why would you say that? Because then some of the calls can capitulate. I mean, like, keeping them out of the money all day is awesome and all, but they just keep adding more and more calls. If Beyond's at 1.2 million volume, does that mean they need to trade at least 500k more shares today? Well, they don't have to. They can roll over the fails. But it means they'll have to cover more fails tomorrow. If I 3D print my own mechanical keyboard, how many years does that make me celibate for? I mean, if the friend prints their keyboard. What? Ugh. Really trying to push this. Do I want overnight exposure here? Kind of do. Hmm. If bears could just take profit on the 25C, that would be nice. What? Are you talking to... Excuse you? Is this channel more bullish or bearish? It's a trading channel. You make money on the market going up or down. You don't care about the direction. Have you ever considered using all the companies you've invested in products simultaneously? E.g., I haven't invested in Beyond. Okay, or Tupperware. You're bearish, actual Dan. Did you ever receive your Heelys? No, and I really wanted a pair. Yes, I have been since October 27th. You picked such a great date to become bearish. So I assume this has already been asked. What is the Beyond FTD outlook for tomorrow? Well, right now, current volume is below the FTDs that need to be cleared today. So that means at least right now at least 500,000 fails are gonna roll over and compound into tomorrow. You crip walking on Heelys would be heaven. I can barely do the heel toe as it is. It would be impossible in Heelys. Could they just have netted off the FTDs of previous days or through CNS? That's how I'm literally describing how CNS works, Poopy. We're with Beyond on the Bobby Squeeze chart. It's sometime long before August. June. Somewhere in there. Actually, the thing you'd probably want to see most on Beyond, if you really, really want to see it run, would be the price to get slammed down to like $4 or $5. I'm just saying those FTDs could be settled already. They could be, potentially, but there hasn't been sufficient volume. There's been there's been less volume than fails all through November and December. Like all through the end of November. Even the last fails report was still seeing compounding fails to volume in excess of 100%, right? Which means that they're not able to get sufficient volume to clear the fails. If all the fails were cleared, it would be off of Reg Show. It's not off of Reg Show though. I'm waiting for everyone to be whining about Beyond to take a position. That's usually the best time. The clicky ones are the best trash, like blues or reds, because you can pretend like you work at the DMV. How did Gherk do this to me? I lost 50% of my port on Beyond as my buy signal. What if they're failed long FTDs? They're probably a combination of both. Tasty Theta nom nom nom. Thank you so much, man. Guys, welcome to Cornishon. Give Tasty Theta a shout out for hooking you up. First day ever trading SPX0 DTs. I'm sorry. This is a terrible day to be your first day, but congratulations, man. It sounds like it's safe to short Beyond. Well, it's obviously not. Even the people that are actually short Beyond can't get it below $9. Are we wrong here? Isn't XRT coming off Reg Show bullish? Why would it be bearish on Beyond? Am I mistaken? No, it coming off Reg Show isn't bearish or bullish. It doesn't make a difference. It just means that they've cleared out the FTDs. That doesn't mean they won't like compound and make more, right? Beyond's been on Reg Show a lot this year. What's most exciting about Beyond is while it's been on Reg Show, it's run about 50%. So that means that FTDs that were created while on Reg Show are still underwater. And if it swings around to those being force settled, then you start to get a lot of volumetric covering with insufficient liquidity to cover, right? And that means that they have to generate liquidity either through ETFs, where there isn't a lot of available liquidity because the stock only has like 3 million shares in ETFs, or through the market maker. Now, if they start generating liquidity through the market maker, volume goes way up. And the shorter and the more they force the market maker to create synthetic liquidity, the longer the market maker becomes on the underlying. And when the hedge drops or flips, the market maker prints all those fucking calls that got sold. I only have options. Right now I have Jan 12 and 15. I want to pick up some Febs, but I haven't yet. Liquidity is kind of scarce the further out you go. It gets tricky. really want them to try to pump this, but so far, not very successful. Yeah, we're kind of bearish there. That seems fine, though. I don't know. Maybe one more big upside move. And then down. It seems like that's what they're really trying for here. Or the end of the day is just going to be exceedingly boring. I think I'll keep being an annoying piece of shit. What are you talking about? Dude, SPX is nowhere near crashing right now. What the fuck are you talking about? We're not even below gamma neutral yet. Calm down. SPX into end of day. Oh, you think it'll just keep being annoying? I think something will break. Probably before power hour. It's not very hard to get used to, Trash. I know you're not talking to me, but that's pretty easy to get used to. Liquidity on the chain is best judged by how tight the spread is and OI on the strike, right? Yeah, that's a good way to determine it. Volume on the strike too, when you're looking at purchasing an option there or selling an option there. It's good to have volume, otherwise if there's no interest that day in the strike, you can still blow the spread out really quickly. Someone will sell puts and fuck it up. It's kind of what I'm hoping, right? I hope they get a little breakout and they try to sell a bunch of puts to push it further, and then they fuck it up and tank it again. Hmm. We should be looking at it like this. Do you have 2 short weeks back to back? Yep. What do you think about cat puts yet? I don't like shorting cat. I'd say shorting Dow is kind of risky right now. Cat got rejected, but it can stabilize between like 75 and 85. That's a pretty, it's got a lot of support in that range. Enough of this calendar crime. What are you talking about? Why would I do that? That's insane, Esa. Holidays are just hedgy plots to ruin MOASS. You really are bored today, huh? What happened to your? I thought you were gonna do the DD on 50 years of bonds printing fat tails. This chart makes me want to celebrate Festivus even harder this year. Yeah, it was, but then it started to involve Yahoo Finance, and I got all grossed out. Fair. Plus, I had a little real work to do. Fucking Christ, this is boring. We still bear Echo Chamber? I have a call. You want to hear bullish things? There's always someone stupid or willing to buy your shit off of you. $2024 is going to be 2022 on repeat. And the past 4 years will have been odd years, equals 20%, even years, negative 20%. Huh. That's an interesting analysis approach. Any chance of a fail? I was opening Strangles and my power went out, which also knocked out my phone internet. And now I have underwater puts. You're a comedy of errors. I don't know. I hope you have some theta on them. You might need it. Is it possible to be too patient? Yeah. Poopy Pants showed me something, but it looked like a huge pain in the ass. Involved collating like 8 different CSVs. Oh, fuck that. Tom Lee said in a recent interview, being bullish is tactically correct. Tom Lee hasn't predicted an accurate price target on the SPX in 3 years. I know what a CSV is. We use them every day. Theta to like wait until the end of day? No. More theta than that. What kind of triangle flag is that in SPX? It's an ascending wedge. That I'm not gonna lie, I kind of hope it breaks up. Shake some of these fucking calls off the chain. Maybe then they'll stop trying to pump everything. Hmm. This whole day is just one giant fucking bear flag. That's kind of bullish. Maybe I leave the call alone. They're shorting the fuck out of VIX. You think the yield curve rates will be sufficient? Do I need to drill down to intraday at the minute the auction started? You need to know what the price was when the auction started, otherwise you won't know how many points the tails are. That's an ascending wedge, which means bullish. It does not mean bullish. We had an ascending wedge yesterday. Look what happened to that one. Or have you so soon forgotten, Dork? Just a rounding error. I'm not trying to give anybody hope. We're probably going to end somewhere around 25 today. I would say right now, there's more call interest to the upside than there is put interest to the downside. Although they keep selling vol. I don't know why, but it's not really helping their position much. I DM'd you an ascending wedge. It's not. God damn it, Dork. That's just an uptrend. $33, $34 gap needs filled. No, it doesn't need filled. It's just there. Believe me, there's plenty of other gaps to the upside. Are you gonna hedge the put for tonight? Maybe. Depends on how the call does. SAX Jan 1, 2021, 3,800. Jan 1, 2022, 4,800. Jan 1, 2023, 3,800. Jan 1, 2024, 4,800. Watch a YouTube short that said if a move happens in the second half of the day, it's more likely not to continue the following day. I don't think that's accurate at all. Stepped away. I'm gonna be able to get a call under 47.25. I don't know. Maybe. Donating 52% of today's profits. Spend it wisely. I've started having nightmares about V's in the last couple of months. Is that normal? These V's really stink. I think we can all agree there's nothing worse than a stinky V. Thank you, MG42. Also, congratulations on your $3 in gains. Well, $3.90 something cents in gains. Well done. $7 a downside and my power outage mishap is undone. Make it happy, Dad. It's starting to lose. VIX isn't turning up very substantially though. Maybe we'll start to get more momentum again in power hour when volume picks up. Maybe I should move my stop below the gap. $4.75. Is Efros ever going to stop going up? I don't know. Hopefully not. Looks like a 2 p.m. margin just called. It's 250. Have you heard of the YouTuber Maverick of Wall Street? Yeah, I think he's kind of like a dipshit. Awkward. Does the longer we chop indicate a greater fall later or make it more likely we're going to get another pump? Both. Or nothing. I do way too much math and spreadsheets to give up my numpad. I love her. You can't give up the 10 key. Trash. But there's plenty of mechanical keyboards that have 10 keys. I have one. I have two. Actually, if you want a free mechanical keyboard, I could probably send you one. I think I have like... maybe I broke that one. I have a tendency to break them and then not want to replace the switches. I'll fix it if you mail it to me. Okay. I think I have I think I have like an old DOS keyboard somewhere, and then I have I have like a mechanical rock hat, and I think I have one other one. But boy, the time has finally come to give an internet rando my home address. You know I don't travel south. Why does JFresh look exactly like Warrior Trader? You've never seen his face. That's an assumption. Selfish? What are you talking about? Well, I hope I didn't need that call for anything. Ooh, a gap. Spicy. It's been many a blood moon since you fired up the TTM squeeze indicator. It wouldn't look very good on Beyond. It's gone up too much recently. Still probably need about another like 14 days of sideways. Beside the Fed, was there any other indication the COVID crash was going to turn around? No, it was pretty much just money pumping into the system. So much fucking money. It was kind of hard to buy the bottom too, because you didn't know like what COVID was gonna wipe out, right? So like I went with tech and stuff because I figured if everyone is gonna be stuck at home, they'd be on their computers. that was like as far as the rationale went though at that point. Like retail stuff like that, services, who the fuck knew what was gonna survive or not? I bought Campbell's Soup, Nvidia, Tesla, and Microsoft. Oh, Zoom. I bought Zoom. Yeah, I didn't think of Peloton. Um, there was a point there where I almost bought TDAC, but it ended up getting too expensive. Before they killed babies. I just never even thought of buying Peloton. Baby killing or aside, you know. I bought some other stuff. I bought a lot of defensives. Because it was highly uncertain. This looks fun. It needs to drop a lot more before it gets fun, but it's interesting. Hey, where's AJ? Is he saved? If you keep saying that, Tim, you're almost guaranteeing a bounce. I don't know if I want overnight exposure. I'll just sell my puts here and reposition tomorrow. Me, 30 minutes ago. That's reasonable. If it's any consolation, I was thinking very much the same thing. Are they de-risking it all? I don't think so. Now, is that call profit taking? Because if it was, that's pretty bearish. Yeah, kind of was. Kind of looks like it might be. Hmm. It left 2 gaps in it. It doesn't matter so much. Liquidity is just kind of tight here anyway. There's a lot of puts for tomorrow though. Power hour song? Hmm. All right.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Maybe ask him to move the support line down. That would defeat the purpose of having the fucking support line there in the first place. Man, the 10-year is really moving up. I have lines. Can you support me? Okay, that all looks kind of bearish. Like the longer term time frames look really, really bearish. Like this shit. I don't need this anymore. The last 2 days change your expectations on where we go between now and Jan 19th? Not really. If we drop more, maybe, but not yet. Like, it's a good pullback off ridiculous highs, but it's nothing more than that right now. You have 19.5K subscribers? I don't know. Yes? He's affirmed to buy a put option for 2025 now and pay it later in 2026. No, I don't think affirmed has cash loans, but Upstart maybe. I mean, PC is usually ignored. I don't think we need, like, I don't think bullish information right now is really extra bullish or anything. And I kind of expect PCE to be flat. So no, I don't think it'll do a lot. Yeah, I could see the end of year being kind of dull. Like maybe a slow grind down into the beginning of next week. Like 4650 to 4500. And then just like from there, like kind of flatten to the end of the year and the collar roll. Maybe bounce in early Jan and then probably down once we start to get towards earnings. I don't think there's any half days. Appreciate your Pickles Picks updates and miss them when you're unable to write them. When have I been unable to write the updates? The Pickles Pick stuff, I haven't missed any. You talking about the Reddit updates? I updated Pickles picks this morning before the market opened. And as a matter of fact, since I started doing daily updates, I've never missed a single one. I would miss them if you missed one. I fixed it. All right. Thanks for all the hand holding. Sorry they're so sweaty. No worries. Where's there a head and shoulders? That's not a fucking head and shoulders. Is the market being an annoying piece of shit? Not really. It's just kind of boring. I can't decide if it wants to close above 25 or below 25. Do you have a hedge? You hold overnight with a 1227 that's in the money. How in the money? Oh, Baratory is still very far away. We're still at least 120 bips from Baratory. Forty-seven 30-20, Skibbity Bebop Bacow Short Condorino. Yeah, it's getting closer. It moved up a lot yesterday. Yesterday, a bear trap? I don't think so. I don't know about you, but I sold my fucking puts at the bottom yesterday. Fall collapsed and Bloomberg started an anti-zero DTE brigade and I cured. 612 was a bear trap? I got fucked. 612. Like June 12th? Was it? Oh, 12.6. Yeah, 12.6 was rough. One could make an argument that both of them were pretty shitty. Both of those would be pretty shitty days to go short. I was $400 trying to trade chop. Fair. I think they've stabilized this and learned not to sell puts. Expecting a close above 47.25, 47.30, then either flat chop or slow grind up to infinity. I don't think they've learned to not sell puts. They're still selling lots of puts. Starting to get too bearish in here. I'm gonna full port calls. All right. How can you call this price action after the ascending wedge? Anything but annoying piece of shit. Well, the ascending wedge failed. Unfortunately, it failed in a range where there's still just a boatload of options. More like traded flat. It's not true. It dropped like a whole 17 bips. It's still pretty fucking flat. Got a steak sandwich and 2 dirty gin martinis for lunch. Nice. So you're feeling a bit tipsy? What doing beyond? Probably covering the rest of the shit that didn't get covered earlier today. It was like 100,000 volume. Not tipsy, bipsy. Cap bounce or mean reversion next year on Black. Why do people still own fucking BlackBerry? It looks like garbage. It's down like 13%. Obviously, their guidance sucked balls. Yeah, it looks like a $3 bag of shit that'll probably stay between $3 and $4. Here's the problem with BlackBerry. They don't actually make money. We got some other neat stuff going on, but making money is not one of those things, you know? Can you guys keep your foreplay in your bedrooms? Don't the Canadians have their BlackBerry? Is that what it is? Is the Canadians are investing in it? Nice. I'll sell Strangles. It was a security play that never came to fruition. Yeah. BlackBerry's not done any coming in a long time. It is a Canadian company. What's the Russian flag guy saying? I don't know. Gat. Still calls it spreads. Safe. Spreads 47.75. Safe for the rest of the year. I sold a bunch of calls up there. I hope so. IWN pushing for 200? Probably. She's just like a bear flag that keeps becoming a larger and larger bear flag. Look at this bullshit, dork. So it was like a bear flag, and then it failed. And now it's a bear flag again. It's almost like it's an annoying piece of shit. I just want volume and direction. I don't care about the rest. Are they going for 40? I don't think so. Maybe 35. Probably not 40. At least they're trying to. I don't think anyone's fighting back against them. Ooh, interesting. What are we grabbing here? There's no calls. Calls for tomorrow? Oh, okay, there's a bunch of 40 calls for tomorrow. Those are puts. Wait. These calls are fucking puts. I don't even know. 4710 is the gamma flip point now? Calls at 50. Hmm. AK 4755P sold yesterday. Those are closed. You're way too bullish in here, Rims and Tens. That's to pull back. I mean, a little bit. All the call side interest is between like 47.25 and 47.35. At least for tomorrow. A lot of this is probably still hedging PCE. But not a lot of long side interest unless you get above 47.50. I still think a lot of that's sold. GME the new Burke. Are you comparing the guy who bought BBBY at $24 and didn't know they were executing a share buyback, the next Warren Buffett? How much does the world situation need to get before SPX gets some real downside? It's annoying as fuck. However bad it is now, worse than that. Hmm. 2,300 of theta overnight for that strangle. For what? This one? doesn't sound right. I don't really have a choice. I can't close the put without it getting a GFE. Otherwise, I would have stopped out of it back when it was profitable. Don't ghost the stream account. It's probably the best advice you can get. I'm just risking 942 to make 58 sound terrible. Ooh. Are we gonna try to pump for 50 into the end of the day? What are we looking like, Dork? Interesting. Where the fuck are they buying the calls? Oh, they're learning. Fucking puts at 45. I guess 40, 45 is just pretty flat. I need to do a lot here. Hmm. What the fuck is the volume? $4,800 ES. $10 more, or it fails. Tub's not doing anything super exciting. Is this still a bear flag, or did it break out of it? It's still flag. I mean, it's still a bear flag unless it breaks to a new high. But it broke out of the lower, like, if you go, it depends on what time scale you're looking at. If you go out to, like, the 15-minute, it's still kind of in one. Just much broader. Seems like a test of 4,800 here would make sense. $76 on Baba. Nice. I'm buying back into a new hedge. No, I don't think the MM's hedging much at all here. I don't think they need to. Vol dropping pushes their hedge up as long as volatility continues to go down, that is. Got about almost enough volume today on Beyond. It was 1.7 million fails, right? No, they're still selling vol. They're just not selling puts on the short term. So what was causing the MM to go long is short dated puts. So it's not the selling of vol that causes the MM to go long. It's the selling of puts, like intraday synthetic longs. So if they sell like 0 DTE 4740, and this is only when we're above Vana neutral or Vega neutral, which is way up here. But like yesterday they sold 4760 and they bought 4780, and this flipped the market maker's head short. But selling vol doesn't push the market maker down. It does, but much more slowly. I don't really think the move back to 40 really changes anything. Like a lot of this is just like end of day positioning going into PCE. They're trying to build up call walls to defend the downside against a bad print. It's both buying and selling Beyond though, isn't it? It doesn't matter. FTDs are both long and short. No, they netted against the daily vol. If there's insufficient volatility, then they have to buy, then they have to create, or if there's insufficient volume, then they have to create more volume. which we kind of saw here, right? That was a bit of covering. I think your guys' expectations for how like reg show covering work are not are not in line with what it actually does. I think you guys are thinking, oh, they have to buy shares, price of the stock gonna go up hard. That's not how that works. It's they have to buy shares. If the price of the stock is going up, then they have to hit the ask, right? Which then drives the price of the stock up further. But they're not going to create any price discovery with no volume, just netting off FTDs. They might create more FTDs. What's up, Popcorn? Are you in Mexico now? Lower high on the day mean 1% down day tomorrow? No. I mean, that's what they've been doing that's what they've been doing on Beyond for months, right? It's been on Reg Show for 30 plus 34, 35 days now. Every day past the 13th day, they've just been kicking the can. But as you can see, the realization of those FTDs over an extended period of time has driven the price up substantially, right? And they're ongoing, so it can keep driving the price up. And then eventually, you know, when the shorts are no longer above water, then they have to cover more rapidly, right, in order to get out of the position before they get buried. But it takes time. It's not like a overnight process. It's a long and arduous process of multi-billion-dollar funds trying not to lose their money to dipshits with 0 DTE fucking, or 1 DTE beyond calls at $10. It's in forced settlement. It's that's already going on. All I heard is 1 DTE beyond calls at $10. You son of a bitch, I'm in. Oh, fucking Christ. Pre-market. I have Jans, thank you. You've been down this road before. The fuck was that? Was it teensy little stop loss hunt? The tiniest? It's fucking. It was like. 20%. Yeah, just super tiny. Also, its biggest FTDs were generated in April. Yeah, the stock didn't find a high of 70 until July. It takes time. For a situation like Beyond, how well do Vega plays? I mean, Ivy's already kind of high. Like top of the chain April calls. I don't know if you're gonna find any liquidity on those. Probably not great. That stop loss hunt only appears on the one DTE. It's weird. The GDP data is meaningless. It's just another revision of like the same numbers. MOC imbalance 2.2 billion buy side. Well, we're close enough now that we should just test. We should just test 47.50. Like gamma between 40 and 50 is pretty flat, so. Can he try to snipe Gork's contract? I don't even have a fucking stop on it. My straddle already printed to cover my puts. I'm going full bear tomorrow. Puts only. Alright. If they regain 47.50, can they continue to push upward even with bad PCE data? They could. There's a lot of sold calls up there again, so they're gonna run into the same position they were in Monday. But yeah, they can. Is this the wrong gap we're filling? Well, we didn't fill the downside gap, which is generally bullish. I wish it was a llama in a great big llama world. Okay. I haven't filled a downside gap in literally 2 months. We filled a couple yesterday. Is this end of day cheap 0 DTs pushing this? Positioning for tomorrow. Positioning for tomorrow, positioning that was already on the chain. Remember, a lot of the calls that were open yesterday got buried. They didn't capitulate. Watching moves on the 1 minute gives me heart ouchies. Really? Could this shit be any slower? I don't know what's gonna fucking happen tomorrow. So you can technically push it to 4780 to save the calls. A lot of those calls aren't bought. No, most of that shit collapsed. There's a lot of sold calls between 4750 and 4775. There's some bought calls at 50. Noon I strangled 4700, 4740. Actually spreads to offset theta. Anyway, I sold the 40Cs off at 245 when it failed 30. Then the puts were dead, so held. How get good? I mean, don't put a $40 strangle on the SPX with 0 GTs. That's way too wide. There's a put wall at there was puts at 55, but those are closed. There's like a shitload of sold puts at 55. Well, probably sold puts. I guess there's still a few left. 1.5 million gamma. This for tomorrow. Those are not for tomorrow. Probably for Friday. Oh, no, wait. Tomorrow's Friday. Next Friday? 29th? Give me a second. I'm really enthusiastic after yesterday. I mean, today was pretty choppy. It wasn't a great day to trade. There was a few like downside moves that were pretty okay, but outside of that, it was shit. Slow, grindy upside. Not much there. Gamma flip points moved up to 4,700. So we kind of bounced off of the gamma flip point today. Ding ding. So still closing below 4,750. That's... Looks like it's starting to already get rejected in after hours. I mean, a lot of repositioning after yesterday's drop, so we'll still have to see how this shakes out. PCE might give us an idea of direction, but I don't think we're gonna probably see anything serious out of that unless it's heavily skewed one way or the other, and I kind of expect PC to be pretty flat. So tomorrow's going to be a little bit up in the air, but we'll see what the data looks like first, and then we'll go from there. Lots of sold calls above 47.50, so still going to be a struggle to get any sufficient liquidity to the upside for a bigger pump. And they're still going to run into the problem where if they try to sell short dated puts in order to pump the price, they're going to bury themselves with the market maker again. So I don't know how confident I am in a lot of upside, but we could get like another, like that's what they need to do, is like that slow grind up that we got into the end of day today. That's how it really needs to be if they want to continue to get price improvement. Otherwise, if they try to pump the breakouts, they're going to blow up their positions and the market maker is going to dump their hedge. Dixie went down pretty hard today. I think 58 basis points, mostly against the pound, the euro, and the yen. The yuan, not so much. 10-year moved up 4 points, 20-year up 4 points, 30-year up 4 points, 5 up a little bit, and then the 2, 6, and 3. Well, the 2's up, 6 and 3 are down. So a little bit of lifting on the back end of the curve, but not much. Correlation turned around a little bit. They shorted the fucking fuck out of vol today. But we see 3-month vol starting to recover a little bit and to close. I mean, far from shorting it back to where we were a few days ago, but they definitely put some pressure on it today. Gold up. Indexes 994 on ES. NQ's up 105. So tech did really well today. Dow up and Russell up 173 BPS. VIX ended up closing the day down 29 BPS, despite being up almost 8% earlier. I think we have about, this will be a little bit different. That hasn't updated yet. We're definitely seeing a massive increase in volatility shorting there. We're almost back to where we were with the vol shorts like 2 weeks ago, except without the additional price improvement. Skew started to turn back up again today, so they're leaning into the dispersion trade really hard today and trying to stabilize pricing after yesterday's drop. That's really all we're seeing there. What the fuck did I just do with the... Okay, that just disappeared. Nice. I don't have anything to say about GME. Fubo looks the same. top might be getting a little bit overextended, but it's not quite there yet. I'm thinking end of December, first week of Jan, this will start to break down. Beyond might be getting kind of close to that same thing. Like our next move is probably about a week and a half out. Like our next bigger move is probably about a week and a half out. But they did rest a little bit of liquidity today and managed to get some shorting against the covering that they needed to do. I think it needed 1.7 million volume today. The day closed with 2 million volume. So there's enough there that there's probably no carryover, but there might be some. And I think that's about it. Can you review the huge volume on ES and SPX at 3? At 3? This? Or this? You're talking about like the reversal? I mean, they reversed it, right? You got put selling and a bunch of buyers came in and they bought the dip. Sorry, 4? That's just the end of day. It's like really normal. Volume always picks up on futures at the end of the day. there's a closing imbalance generally, and that gets settled out. Probably if there's put volume coming in, it's probably the hedge PCE in the morning. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Have a great night, and I will see you all bright and early tomorrow at 9. Have a good one, everyone.